Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to round 4 of the single-seater championship for the second half of 2023. We are here at the infamous Suzuka circuit, so it should be a good one. Just over 5 minutes to go in this qualifying session now. We're on board at the moment with Matt Daly. Just joined the session, but already starting off strong here, heading down the first straight, heading into the first corner, as it is aptly named. And he's got a 137.5 to his name there. Willinglis close behind with a 137.6. Those two have been battling it out now for quite some time in this season so far, and I imagine they will continue to do so later into the running. Be interesting to see really where they are so close on track in terms of pace, how it will play out in the racing. But we also have Andrew Brammer in P3. He was another late joiner to the session, but he's already, an apology, that's Paul Brady there, 138.2 to his name there. Then we have Alan Matthews in P4, Steve Knight in P5. That's a livery I haven't actually seen for Alan Matthews just yet, I believe. So looking very nice indeed, that red Formula RSS Supreme there. So just under 5 minutes to go, and Matt Daly leading this session. Just over 1 minute to go in this session now, and Matt Daly improving his lead in this qualifying session just a little bit more now, 137.2 to his name. extending that gap to about 0.4 of a second to Willingliss, the car behind. Now, what can Willingliss do with the little time remaining? Let's see, he's improved through the first sector, as you can see in the slightly updated bottom left-hand side of the screen. Improves through the second sector as well, but still a little bit down on Matt Daly's Delta by the looks of things. So we'll see now as he heads through the Casio Triangle, the end of the lap now. Small bit of smoke from locking up the brakes there. Will that cost him? It might just do so as we run down on to the start-finish straight. Once again, he crosses the line, and it is a 1:37.5. So in the end, an improvement for Willingliss, but not quite enough to justify a spot on provisional pole so far in this session. 30 seconds ago, then this will be Willingliss's final lap of the session. Who else will be on the last charge as well? We'll have a look at in just a moment. Andrew Brammer or Paul Brady. It's Andrew Brammer who starts their final lap as well. Alan Matthews as well should be able to get another lap in, and we have Jack Hodgson out on track as well. That livery looking very nice indeed. That red car. I could be completely wrong, and we've seen it throughout the entire season so far, but I'm fairly certain this is the first time we've seen it in anger. It looks very nice indeed. That doesn't matter too much though. We have the first car coming across the line in just a moment. It will be Jack Hodgson. He's just heading through the spoon curve right now. One of the most infamous sections of any track really is this part of the lap. You have that long, fast run, and in a modern single-seater car, 130R, not too much, well, I was about to say not too much for the corner. Don't have to sweat it too much in forms of braking for the corner anymore, but certainly still a challenge for the drivers. As you head around 130R, you've got to stamp on the brakes, one of the slowest parts of the lap, quickly following one of the fastest parts, bouncing over the curb and on through the last curve once more to finish the final lap of the session for Jack Hodgson. What will it be? He has a 1:39.6 to try and improve on, and it stays a 1:39.6 as his best lap there. Alan Matthews, meanwhile, still a little bit to go in this lap just yet, but we're on board with Willingliss as he crosses the line to take pole position in this qualifying session. A fantastic couple of sectors there through sector 1 and sector 3. Willingliss, it really made all the difference for him. 1:37 flat. Well done, Willingliss, for an astonishing lap. We're just watching him now heading through sector 1. A racing driver's favourite is sector 1, but I'm sure he's certainly celebrating his sector 3 on that previous lap. That was phenomenal for Willingliss there. Cements his position on the pole, unless Alan Matthews has anything to say about it. I'm not quite sure. He can make up 1.4 seconds, but as he heads down the start-finish straight, he stays in the same position at that 1:38.4. Jack Hodgson still going, apparently. I'm fairly certain that he didn't have enough seconds on the timer to start another fast lap, but apparently not the case here. So we'll see as he heads through the first couple of sectors and what type of time he is looking to post. I can tell you, so far on this lap, it looks to be not an improvement for Jack Hodgson in that blue and orange liveried car there. So we'll see now as he heads down the back stretch, heading towards 130R, if there is anything under his belt yet. But as it stands, it's going to be a very close race indeed between Willingliss and Matt Daly. It's taken a little while in this session to eke that 1:37 flat out of Willingliss, and Matt Daly, who probably felt quite confident for quite a while in this session, is now perhaps resting just that a little bit less easy. It's going to be a difficult race, I think, for him as we dive into the pits with Jack Hodgson, and that leaves us ready for race 1 of this weekend. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. And welcome to the grid, ladies and gentlemen. Just over 30 seconds to go until lights out here. And it should make for quite an interesting race. We have Matt Daly and Will Inglis who will be fighting all the way down through turn 1 here. That fight started in qualifying and it's looking to continue on. Watch out for that midfield as well, looking very competitive indeed. They were quite close together and well matched in qualifying. So we'll see as the red lights begin to build who is going to win out here at the historic Suzuka circuit. And we are away. 6 red lights on the gantry, and we are off. Both drivers using that push-to-pass system. No, that's just Will Inglis. He got a slightly poor start here. Matt Daly gripping up a little bit earlier and looking like from second he could threaten Will Inglis before we made our way into the first corner. Heading up through the snake now. It's still Will Inglis who leads. Guy Swarbrick seemingly changing positions. They're not quite sure, though, as we see actually relatively nice formation for the drivers here. Not too much to complain about through the first sector just yet. A bit of a battle forming up between Andy Brammer and Guy Swarbrick. In fact, make that a bit of contact forming up between these two drivers, and this is a devastating start to their first race of the evening for these two drivers. Not the way they want to begin, and Andrew Brammer actually retiring from the session as a result, which is a shame to see so early on. Hopefully we'll have him back for the reverse grid race when the order is flipped for the top 7 drivers. As we head now, half a second between Will Inglis and Matt Daly as we head through the hairpin. A bit of a deceptive corner is the hairpin. You'd immediately think, oh, I must take the apex. No, it's often better, especially with the banking on the hairpin there, it's often better to go the long way around. That can allow you to get on that power a little bit easier, carry a bit more speed through the corner, and you might win out there. So it'll be interesting to see how our drivers negotiate that in the remaining, I was about to say remaining time. This race we've only just started as we see Will Inglis still managing this lead quite well, and about half a second between him and Matt Daly. Meanwhile, Paul Brady about 2 seconds down on the lead, with about a second and a half down to Alan Matthews. Alan Matthews won't be threatening Paul Brady anytime, though. He's far more focused on the battle around him, and that is Jack Hodson, the car just behind. Didn't improve towards the end of the qualifying session, unfortunately for him, but I doubt he's thinking about that too much right now because he's putting in a very good showing, keeping up with Alan Matthews at this point in time. Meanwhile, Steve Knight and Paul Millman enjoying a bit of a battle here, a bit of AROC Racing League's veterans, if you will, now, and they are still battling it out as we head now down through the first corner once again. Paul Miller winning out this time around, just getting ahead of Steve Knight, and we'll see how that battle continues on. Meanwhile, Will Inglis still maintaining a decent lead here as we head now through the Dunlop curve. The two Degners coming up in just a second, perfectly executed by both Will Inglis and Matt Daly. Perhaps a little bit too wide on the exit for Will Inglis. That is I'd argue, the biggest challenge of the two Degners here at Suzuka. It's not the widest part of the track, that is for sure. And if you carry a bit too much speed, you're not going to struggle too much in terms of grip, but you will be spat out onto the curbs, and that can end quite nastily indeed. We're watching there as Matt Daly actually gained quite a bit of time through the hairpin. So as we head now up to the spoon curve, Matt Daly might just be able to put a little bit more pressure on as he gets closer and closer. He's going to benefit a little bit more from a slipstream effect. And if he deploys his push-to-pass system in just the right parts of the track, he's certainly going to gain on Will Inglis. But Will Inglis is doing everything he can to keep the almighty Matt Daly just behind. You may have seen recently DPM Limited have just offered some turnkey race cars, and their promo car was the AROC Mito. Raced, of course, by Matt Daly, and what a fantastic racing machine that looks like. I'd love to get my hands on one of them. So if we can make a sim racing use case, of course we do. We do have that car available in Assetto Corsa, so we can maybe make a use case for that for a real one. I'd love to have a go because I'm sure, as Matt Daly will tell you, he's an experience behind the wheel of that. A fantastic vehicle and a great looking car as well, which is most important, I think, for a race car. Meanwhile, Paul Millman still being kept in check by Steve Knight here. Steve Knight could be on for a decent race here. He doesn't have to worry too much. He can try and push to gain and catch up towards Paul Millman a little bit, but if he doesn't, he's going to have to wait quite a while until he's under pressure from Guy Swarbrick in terms of their pace at the moment. Guy Swarbrick, after that incident early on, I imagine is carrying a bit of damage in the 144s. Make that the low 144s, though. Meanwhile, Steve Knight in the low 143s, so shouldn't be under too much pressure at all in this race. So as he heads through the two Degners here, wants to watch out that he doesn't ride the curbs too much, just like he was then, and is able to keep it on the tarmac, and he should be on for a decent points finish here. In fact, of course, all drivers will be on for a decent points finish. We only have 8, maybe 9 competitors in the race this evening, but You know, the more points, the better, as they say. And speaking of the point, let's have a quick look at the championship standings now, as we see Matt Daly starting to drop off from the back of Will Inglis a little bit. And it is Matt Daly who leads our championship at this point in time as we head into this weekend with 111 points to his name. Paul Brady on 103 in P2. Will Inglis currently in P4 in his championship, so he'll be wanting and should be closing the gap if race 1 goes his way. Andrew Ramat as well. Shame to see him retire early on. He's currently running in P5, not too behind Will Inglis with 65 points to his name. Then we have Jack Hodson on 26 points. He should make a good innings towards the likes of Alex Smith up in front. Paul Millman and Steve Knight as well have some solid points to their name in this championship. And Guy Swarbrick unfortunately has been able to attend too many so far this season owing to some work commitments, so he hasn't actually got too many or as many points as we know he would deserve in this championship, so we will hopefully see a few more to his name after the end of this evening's racing. Meanwhile, the battle between Paul Millman and Steve Knight is continuing on. Steve Knight has turned up the ante a little bit, has put a bit more pressure on, and is now really challenging Paul Millman. On that last lap, it was a 142.8 for Paul Millman and a 142.5 for Steve Knight here, and they are their respective best laps. So Steve Knight certainly on for a bit of a charge at this point in time. Of course, all drivers on the slick compound of tyre. It's the only tyre we really offer that is any decent in race trim on these RSS Supremes for our style of racing. So Paul Millman is now just going to be raw pace until the end here. Let's see how these two drivers fare. Through that first sector, actually, it was Steve Knight who wins out. So this could potentially, we'll see now as we head down the backstretch, who wins out in terms of outright speed. It looks to be, though, we might not have that challenge just yet, as Steve Knight potentially getting on the push-to-pass system, but it is Paul Millman who runs wide through the spoon curve, and the spoon curve is one of those nasty corners that tricks you into carrying a bit too much speed and pushing a little bit wide, and that seems to be what has happened for Paul Millman of the rock and roll racing car there, as he fights back, though, heading into the braking zone, into the Casio triangle. Both cars actually puffing a bit of smoke as they lock up. That was a brave move by Paul Millman there. Unfortunately, didn't quite work out for him, so he had to dive back, but that was some good and hard racing, hard but fair, which is what we like to see. Steve Knight continues in the lead of this duo then, and of course the battling, the more and more failed attempts that Paul Millman makes, if he does make any more, that will slow him down even more and allow him to drop back. So this is a great race so far for Steve Knight. Meanwhile, the two cars just in front of them, I say just in front of them, it's about 15 seconds up the road it is, Alan Matthews and Jack Hodson. This battle looked like it could have been heating up ever so slightly early on in the race, has dissolved ever so slightly now, but it's still Alan Matthews who leads, currently in P4. If anything happens up at the front of the running here, he could be in with a shout of a podium. This could be a podium battle. Nothing has happened just yet. These top three, Will Inglis, Matt Daly and Paul Brady, lapping very nicely indeed. It seems to be a very calm top three in this race so far, which is not something we've seen too much recently. The gap is about a second, so Matt Daly has made up some time here, but no driver seems to be really pushing with everything that they've got. They very well could be. They could just be staying very calm and composed as they do so. But yeah, the likes of Paul Brady in particular, I'd say, driving a very nice race at this point in time. So perhaps that potential outlier podium not quite there for Alan Matthews in this race. And Steve Knight, after getting past Paul Millman now, has rather secured his P6 at this point in time. Paul Millman seemingly just not having the pace so far at this stage in the race. We still have 15 minutes to go, of course, but about 3.5, maybe 2.5 seconds separating these two drivers. But the distance, the time separating Will Inglis and Matt Daly closing as we head further into the race, so it seems. The gap stands at about 0.7 seconds as we head through the snake there and head around the Dunlop left-hander. That gap builds ever so slightly now to around about a second. We'll see now as we head down the backstretch in, I was about to say in just a moment, but it's going to be a little while before we head down that part of the lap, just how much of a speed delta there is between the two cars, see if there's any difference in terms of setup. Heading around that left-hander hairpin now, though. And Matt Daly, the car just seems a little bit more eager to grip up. Perhaps we'll see it the next time you head around this corner. But it seems to be that Matt Daly can just get on the loud pedal a little bit earlier, give him that little bit more confidence to push on and catch back up towards Willingliss. But as we head onto the back stretch now, it should be Matt Daly who has the benefit of the slipstream, but Willingliss gets out of the spoon curve very nicely indeed, and is in fact making time now on Matt Daly. So either that is owing to just a little bit more confidence, perhaps Willingliss is pushing a little bit more, or maybe we're seeing a bit of a speed delta through the second sector. Willingliss apparently losing time through that second sector there, so I'm not quite sure what to make of the pace delta between these two cars. I think they're just very close indeed. Matt Daly predicted a 1:37.6 and does post that time, his fastest lap of the race so far. He's made about 4/10 on Willingliss overall, and as we head into that first corner, I believe it was the third sector that made a decent difference for Matt Daly as well. So now only 4/10 of a second separating these two cars. We're near enough, makes no difference. The halfway stage in this race now. So let's see as these two enter battle stations, really. This is no longer about managing race pace. As we get to kind of that half a second delta, maybe slightly less, this is more about trying to gain as much of a pace advantage as possible, trying to psych the other driver out to force a position change. Matt Daly nearly pushes himself out onto the gravel there as we head through the Degners, and he goes a little bit too wide, goes in a little bit too hard, and nearly ends up in the gravel trap. We like an old gravel trap. I think it's the best way to have your race track organised. No need for all of these modern massive swells of tarmac. Just a bit of gravel up the side of the circuit to really punish the drivers for pushing too hard, and it's working well here, I would say, as we head now through the spoon curve. Once again, 3/10 of a second as Matt Daly goes as wide as you would dare, really, over those curbs. You don't want the back end stepping out, or you don't want to bleed off speed before the backstretch, because you'll be suffering all the way down through 130R and into the Casio Triangle, really. A substantial part of the lap. One of the longest circuits that we really visit is Suzuka, one of the longest laps, nearly into the or for some drivers at least into the 140s, and they make contact, in fact, as they head into the Casio Triangle. There is contact between the two cars, still contact once again as Matt Daly is leaving it as late as possible to dive onto those brakes. He has picked up a very insignificant amount of front-wing damage. I don't believe that will affect him in any way, shape or form, though, as we head later into this race. The gap now standing at 1/10 of a second. We dive onto the bumper cam now because there's no point looking on another camera there. And Matt Daly, what a brave move there, sees Willingliss leaving the outside of the track available to him, decides to seize on that opportunity and nearly keeps it as we head around that first corner. But as we dive into Snake, the track kind of drops away from him and he has to drive back behind Willingliss there. Great defence from Willingliss and excellent opportunist move from Matt Daly there. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite to be, but great driving nonetheless for these two cars. Meanwhile, the other two closest cars on track are Paul Brady and Jack Hodson. This will be a little battle, I think, that just continues on for the rest of this race. Unless something happens, I think Paul Brady will manage the pace between these two cars well. And in fact, commentator's curse there. I am sorry, Jack Hodson. Something does happen right as we join on board with them. Apologies, Andrew Harvey. We've stolen your car for Jack Hodson. But it is Jack Hodson, I can tell you. And he dives back into P5 as a result of that impact there. So not sure what went on, apart from the fact that I definitely caused it. Apologies for that one, Jack Hodson. I think I should become like a sidekick or something. That was uncanny. As soon as I click over, something happens. It's if only I could transfer that into some sort of useful skill instead of just ruining people's races. Anyway, it's Willingliss who still leads this race. 8-10 rate. I'll try that again. It's Willingliss who still leads this race as we head through the Casio Triangle. 5/10 of a second now, not 8/10 of a second, so slightly more up-to-date info for you, owing to that slip-up as we head down the start-finish straight there. Matt Daly is in second position still as we head through the first corner once again, where he made that opportunist move, or tried to at least, on the previous lap. Doesn't attempt such a thing once again, hasn't quite got the track position for it. But as we head through the Snake there, just look at the back end on Matt Daly's car. That car looks very darty indeed. I think he might have a very on-the-nose setup there, but the car responded well. It really went with his every command there. It followed him exactly as he wanted to. This looks like a very enjoyable race car to drive indeed. Although, what do I know? I could very well say that, and then could be, oh dear, Willingliss off! The back end stepping out on him as we head through the two Degners, and they make contact. Willingliss, in his effort to get back on to the racetrack, actually makes contact with Matt Daly. Now, Some would argue, should Will Inglis give that position back? I'm not quite sure. He did try to rejoin the track. Is whether he tried to rejoin it safely. I think you could probably argue it was just a very unfortunate coming together. The two Degners, the way that they kind of back on themselves, you could argue you can't really see much at all, especially with those very narrow wing mirrors there. But Will Inglis is starting to show signs of cracking. Still leads this race somehow after that. But that looked to be all she wrote for this race for Will Inglis. He is able to carry on. But Matt Daly now, although both cars probably carrying a decent amount of damage after that, Matt Daly will certainly be spurred on, and that should help him as we head into Sector 3 now. He certainly wants to get that overtake done from the potentially confidence-knocked Will Inglis now. Not sure what happened there. The back end just seemed to disappear on him as we headed into the first Degner. And that is a disaster for his race, because there is a Matt Daly now hot on his heels, now side by side to get onto the start-finish straight. Does he even need to use that push-to-pass system? I'm not sure he does. He does, though, and we head into that first corner with now Matt Daly 0.3 of a second ahead of Will Inglis this time around. Just under 10 minutes to go. The battle that has been threatened for the past 15 minutes finally comes to its, well, not its end, but comes to perhaps its crescendo as we head through the Snake Corner complex now. 0.8 of a second separating Matt Daly and Will Inglis, and this has so far been a great drive for Matt Daly. There you can see the tyre marks of a few drivers who have been off in the past. That very well could be Will Inglis. In fact, it is Will Inglis who went off at the Dunlop, not the entry to the first Degner, apology. And that is now Will Inglis 1.5 seconds behind. Has led this race, has controlled it for quite some time now. But unfortunately for him, he's going to have to come up with something a little bit special in order to allow Matt Daly to be brought back into contention. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the field, we see that Guy Swarbrick has been able to get ahead of Jack Hodson owing to his earlier misfortunes in this race. So a P7 on the card for Guy Swarbrick here. Jack Hodson has either had another issue or has had to dive into the pits. Not quite sure which, but there's going to be a battle forming up nonetheless. Now, both on the lead lap. No need for blue flags here. This is just good, hard racing that's going to take place between these two now as we head through the Snake Corner complex once again. There we can see in the rearview mirror, Jack Hodson pretty much echoing his every move, but just looking to the more extreme parts of the circuit to see, can he get a move to stick around the outside. Snake, while a beautiful part of the track to drive, not the most conducive to an overtake there, and neither is that. Jack Hodson, I think, is struggling with that car somewhat. Not sure if there's damage. Either way, maybe it was slightly cold tyres if he has just been in the pits. Jack Hodson dives off track. They're heading at the entry of Dunlop, actually, is where it all went wrong from there. And it's still going wrong through Degner. That car must be carrying damage, or something is going wrong inside the cockpit of that car, because Jack Hodson dropping back. Furthermore, a bit of a race to forget, really, for Jack Hodson. So as we see now, Matt Daly leading this race, and leading this race rather comfortably. Will Inglis on that previous lap into the 41, so I suspect something going wrong in that car. Matt Daly, Alan Matthews rather, has managed to, I think he's still in P4 here, as we see. Paul Brady still in P3. Bit of a quiet race for Paul Brady. We've seen this on a couple of occasions now for the driver in the pink and black liveried car. When he first started, he immediately he caught my attention by, he was quick off the blocks. He was very quick indeed. He could have been around before my time, so correct me if I'm wrong there, but as far as I'm aware, it was his debut race. He was certainly quick off the blocks, and ever since then he's still been a very quick driver, and has just really has often found himself in this type of race situation where he's able to just quietly put in the laps, has no real competition around him, but is always there consistently scoring really strong points, and that will benefit him well in the championship later into the season if he's just this consistent, reliable source of points. Will Inglis as well He's currently now 9 seconds off the lead of this race now, so I think the pace somewhat dropping from that car. He may find himself actually in a little bit of trouble from Paul Brady in just a second here. Has he had another off? I'm not sure if he's had another off, or the damage is really just showing its rearing its ugly head here. With 5 minutes to go in this race. I will say every driver now in this race into the 1:40 zone. So I think this, often we don't see it, the potentially the slick tyre compound that we run on the RSS Supreme is actually starting to struggle towards the end of this race. It's not something that we see all too often. The slick compound tyre, of course, very capable tyre, and these cars, while themselves extremely capable, aren't the last word in ultimate power and downforce. They still make hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of horsepower, more like around 700, I believe, especially with the push to pass, and they still have plenty of downforce, but it's not the extreme to say a Formula 1 car when it's all dialed in. So usually the tyres last a fairly long time, but Suzuka could be one of those strange outlier circuits where we're starting to see a little bit of tyre deg towards the end of the race. It could also be Matt Daly managing his pace as he realises Willingless dropping back. There's no need to push the car too hard. He can make sure he's got enough fuel margin and bring the car home safely, because Willingless is currently in the 1:45s in terms of his lap pace. This is going to bring Paul Brady right in contention at the end here, and there will be another battle for P2. Meanwhile, Matt Daly has just proved everything I've said totally wrong and has posted a 1:38.3. That's not far off his best lap at all. It's only about 7 tenths off, given that we are so late into the race, although of course the fuel load does get lighter. The only driver into the 1:30 zones at this point in time is Alan Matthews, again driving another strong but quiet race after the challenge from Jack Hodson somewhat disappeared. Speaking of Jack Hodson, he has now been able to get back past Guy Swarbrick, and will be, I imagine, a little bit less confident than he perhaps otherwise was in that he'll be able to bring the car home, because he seems to have been struggling with that car for at least, let's say, half of this race, maybe a third of this race now. So let's see if he can bring it home and bring it home safely. That is, I think, his main goal in this race now. Only 8 tenths of a second, though, separating Willingless and Paul Brady as we head now through the spoon curve and get ready to jump back onto the throttle for the run down from the backstretch all the way through to the Casio Triangle. It's one of the, I'd argue 1:30, although it's not too much of a challenge as we know these days, one of the most satisfying parts of the lap. And here could be another satisfying part for Paul Brady as we get onto the back straight, using that push-to-pass system, gets ahead of Willingless here as we head through 1:30. Willingless is going to try and fight back. He has the inside potentially for the right-hander of the Casio Triangle, but it's too far back to get the move done under braking and jumps down to P3. So still a good points haul, still a podium on the cards here, but the race rather undoing itself in the second half for Willingless here. He'll be, I'm sure, scratching his head thinking about what went wrong, and I think it was just a little bit too much confidence through the Dunlop and Degner part of the lap, where maybe a bit too much throttle that took him off the track, and it either knocked his confidence and it certainly knocked his car here. So we'll see now what Willingless can do for the reverse grid race coming up in just a few minutes' time. He will, of course, be ahead of Matt Daly and Paul Brady running into that race. So that is his chance really to secure a race victory, to show his rivals that he is capable of taking a race win from this weekend, that he's still got what it takes. But the race one here, one unfortunate error, I think, has cascaded into still a good race, of course. You'd be very happy with the podium, but it's rather ruined his what could have been a very strong weekend. That qualifying charge late on was very impressive indeed. Race one could prove to be a bit of a blot on what will be, I think, a decent race weekend record for him. Meanwhile, Matt Daly's just running quietly now down the backstretch. He had to work for it, certainly, but he's now very much deservedly taken this nice, comfortable position out in the lead of this race. 2 minutes ago now, it means we should be on the penultimate lap in just a moment's time here. In fact, we may not. We may get just a few more laps in, so apologies for my poor maths there. We will, in fact, get a couple more laps in this race, which is what we like to see. 14 laps in, so even though it's quite a long lap and quite a long long lap both in terms of distance and time, we've still got a decent number of laps in at this venue, which is what we like to see. Suzuka is one of those all-time historic, I think, tracks that will never disappear off many single-seater championships. Of course, I should mention the RSS Supreme is designed around this type of track, really. The RSS Supreme shares many a similarity with the Super Formula car, a very highly regarded single-seater championship based out of Japan, where drivers can contribute to their super license points and can really secure their futures in single-seater racing above the heights of the Japanese Super Formula Championship. The likes of Yuki Tsunoda, Liam Lawson, and plenty of others have their day in Japanese Super Formula, and it's a very competitive field, as I'm sure they will tell you. Yeah, so it's great to see these RSS Supremes returning home in some way. Jack Hodson, meanwhile, has had to dive into the pits. Not quite sure what this is for, if it's some type of penalty or something wrong with the car. Either way, that will ensure that he finishes this race in last position now, which is a shame for him. As we see now, Matt Daly heading through the Casio Triangle once again. There we see Guy Swarbrick rather overtaking Jack Hodson to come home with P7. Driver who we haven't mentioned in quite some time actually is Steve Knight. Of course, that early race battle with Paul Millman ending up going his way. This has been, I think, so far one of the highlights of the season for Steve Knight. We've seen great progress from him in previous seasons, and I think this will be another important stride for him in terms of his driving here. Running in P5 at the moment and marking himself as clearly quicker than Paul Millman in this race, and that is no mean feat these days. We've seen some excellent progress from Paul Millman over the past few seasons, as we are now on the final lap of this race. We're on board with Matt Daly. We might stay on board with him to celebrate what has been certainly not easy, but a well-deserved race victory as he completes his final lap of this race now. Heading through the hairpin there. A small lockup actually as he done so, and the back end actually somewhat stepping out. I think the tyre wear is certainly a factor in this race. Let's see, he's got a 15-second margin to Paul Brady, who is somewhat dispatched of Will Inglis. And I'd say if we had a couple more laps in this race, Will Inglis would potentially have to watch out for Alan Matthews, the car behind. That would be a real unfortunate ending to the race for him if he can drop out of the podium scoring positions. As it stands though, Will Inglis still on with a podium, has Alan Matthews still a couple of seconds behind here. But Matt Daly is our focus for the moment. He fought against the aforementioned Will Inglis for quite some time in this race. Eventually kept his head cool, kept calm, and was able to come away with the higher track position here as he heads around the final corner. Does actually get the back end to step out ever so slightly out of the Casio Triangle. Collects it though and heads onto start-finish straight to take the Race 1 victory. Congratulations, Matt Daly, for a fantastic drive all around there and a thoroughly deserved victory. I think he's either doing some victory donuts or has run out of fuel. No, it's some victory slides and victory donuts there, which is what we like to see. As we see now, Paul Brady, a quiet race for him until the very end, but comes home with a P2 to complete his race. I'm sure he's happy with that one. And Will Inglis, a bittersweet ending to the race for him, really. You've got to be happy with the podium at the end of the day, but it could have been a clear race victory. So he comes home to round out the podium and crashes into the wall as he does so. A spectacular ending for him there. And Alan Matthews comes home P4. Thank you, Will, actually, for providing us with a very nice camera to watch the rest of the drivers come home with. There we go, Alan Matthews. Thank you. It has been so long since we've seen some end-of-race donuts, and Alan Matthews providing is a very kind of you indeed. That is, it's a noble effort. You know, it's no easy feat. It's a necessary part of the racing action. It's good to see Alan Matthews destroying some rubber for us. As you see, Steve Knight then coming home with a top 5 finish. It's been a great drive for him so far this race weekend, and that will benefit his championship standings immensely as we come towards the end of this race. Paul Millman as well. He comes home to take home P6 in the end. Then we have, in just a few moments' time, Guy Swarbrick will be coming home P7, and I think Jack Hodson should be classified P8 at the end of the running, but still not really a race to remember for him. As we see Matt Daly. There we are, some victory donuts from a Matt Daly. That's what we like to see. Brilliant effort there. We're a little bit too far away to see the smoke, unfortunately, or maybe the tyres just aren't spinning quick enough. At the spoon curve as well. How could I forget? It's not the first time he's done it at the spoon curve as well. It's a brilliant part of the lap to do it at, and a well-executed plan by Matt Daly there. That's both in reference to his race and his donutting strategy, both equally important parts of the season. In fact, if I had the time, I think I would make a Donuts Championship standings because Matt Daly would certainly be up there with a couple other notable mentions as well. So that brings us to an end for Race 1. We'll catch you in just a few minutes' time for Race 2, the reverse grid race. So don't go anywhere. And I will make sure Well, there's no point now, really, because that was our last transition. We're going to pretend that transition didn't happen as Matt Daly does some more victory donuts. But I don't accidentally put the touring car weight card on again. So we're going to watch these victory donuts from Matt Daly, and I'm going to do it right this time. There must be nothing left of those, really, now. I'm impressed they've held up for so long. Right, that's it. Catch you in a few minutes for race 2, and look at this nice transition card. And welcome back to the action, ladies and gentlemen. Just over 30 seconds to go until lights out now, and we're here on the grid for the reverse grid race to round out this weekend's racing. It is Guy Swarbrick who sits on pole here, on P1. And then we have Paul Millman P2 rounding out the front row, Steve Knight and Alan Matthews row 2, Willing Gliss and Paul Brady row 3, and then Matt Daly on the 4th row alongside Jack Hodson and Andrew Brammer. So let's see now as we run down towards the first corner in just a minute who will win out. A bit more of a mixed grid this time around, but I think out of anyone, race 2 really matters to Willing Gliss the most, and potentially nearly ending up in P4 after leading the race for quite some time. So this race certainly matters for him as the revs begin to ride. Guy Swarbrick actually ready for the launch here, maxing the revs out. We have 6 red lights on the gantry. And we are away for race 2 here at Suzuka. Good start for Guy Swarbrick, actually, as we run down towards turn 1. But Paul Millman putting the pressure on quite early on, and in fact using that push-to-pass system, takes the race lead. Guy Swarbrick off. Not sure who he made contact with or who made contact with him. Not sure what went on at all, really. It was just in a blur, really, that Guy Swarbrick and Willing Gliss. It's Guy Swarbrick and Willing Gliss off the track early on. This is a disaster as Willing Gliss is first ahead through the next mini-sector here. What could have been his attempt at redemption, Willing Gliss will come away from this weekend with just 1 podium. As someone else is off there as well, that is Andrew Brammer again, starting off the race in not the strongest way. In fact, in that very barrier. And now Andrew Brammer finds himself, that was in race 1 of course, now Andrew Brammer finds himself with very little rear grip, overheated rear tyres, and a disastrous start to race 2 as well. Of course, he retired from race 1 early on. It'll be a shame to see him do the same in race 2. Meanwhile, Paul Millman leading this race under pressure potentially from Paul Brady. This could be a bit of a turnaround in race fortune for Paul Brady, actually. Race 1 started off on an unexpected kind of low for Paul Millman, really. Ended up being caught up in that battle with Steve Knight and didn't really recover from that. Just look at how much front axle he's having to put in order to get that car around the spoon curve. So much rear lock, that's cost him a lot of speed, and now Paul Brady on that push-to-pass system should be able to scythe his way past, heading through 130. Oh, too wide, that's very brave indeed. He thinks the better of it, does Paul Brady, backs out ever so slightly and waits until later on to make his move. Heading through the Casio triangle then, 6 tenths of a second separating the 2 leaders of the race now. It's going to be Paul Brady who has the upper hand here, I'd say, in terms of pace. Paul Millman Not a strong start to race 1, and race 2 looking like it could come to a slower end early on here. Alan Matthews fought for P4 in the end of race 1, now fighting for P3 this time around. Certainly in the mix for a potential P2 or potentially race lead based on how this goes for him. Meanwhile, Matt Daly running in P4. Bit of no man's land, about a second half to the cars up in front and about a second half to the cars behind as well. That's Steve Knight currently potentially on for another top 5 finish here, so another good race on the cards for him. Should mention that Guy Swarbrick, after the misfortunes of Andrew Brammer and Will Inglis, is actually in the pits here. Guy Swarbrick has been able to get back on track and at least make some positions. He's up into P7, so let's see what he makes of the rest of this race. Paul Milburn, meanwhile, has been able to defend his race lead for the time being, but you just get the sense that that is an imminent overtake from Paul Brady here. He's really pushing on, and pushing on quite well now. Where we see the top 4 all on the same part of the screen there, ladies and gentlemen. Through the spoon curve, that a little bit of outwash that Paul Milburn was suffering has unfortunately been the undoing of him. Through the spoon curve. Paul Brady now sweeps past. The battle of the poles once again, ladies and gentlemen, comes to a slightly earlier end than some of the other ones that we have seen. And this time around, it's going to be Alan Matthews actually who gets past Paul Brady as well with a late opportunistic move on the brakes up into P2 for Alan Matthews. And now Paul Milburn is on the push-to-pass system and is attempting to keep Matt Daly at bay. Matt Daly, of course, ended up taking the race 1 victory and now fancies his chances at an early podium at least, and potentially a little bit more. We'll see as the race continues on. Again, in fact, we saw Alan Matthews riding over the curb. The back end gets unsettled as Paul Milburn is suffering severely with his front end there. He's either got no wing whatsoever, and that could have been potentially part of that impact with Guy Swarbrick if he was involved in that earlier on, or it's just the way the car is set up. He seemed to be on a couple of occasions in race 1 struggling with the same issue as well, but here I'd say it is pretty chronic. It's like taking a tuned Mito QV without a functioning DNA system, and if you had to drive such a thing, if you've got a damaged suspension, I think the diff gives up on you, and it's certainly a different handling characteristic. I'm getting that feeling now from Paul Milburn and his competitors around him as he is fighting with everything to get that car around. He's doing an almighty job, it must be said. Dealing with a car like that while keeping Matt Daly behind you, and he is doing so, as we can see there, is certainly no mean feat. But Matt Daly, meanwhile, looked like for a second he was going to be able to find his way past as we exited the hairpin and headed around what would usually be 200R if you had the slightly longer layout there. It's going to be spoon curve once again, where Matt Daly actually gets ahead and up into P3. Jumps ahead of Paul Milburn now, and I rather feel this would be a slight tumble through the order for Paul Milburn, which would be a great shame. In terms of his pace at the moment, he's on 142.992 on that previous lap, and it's predicted a 142.6, so a slight improvement here, but the rest of the cars around him are low 140s or high 139s. So this is not the way that he wanted this race to pan out. He's certainly, apart from Andrew Brammer and Steve Knight, the slowest car on track here. So not a good position to be in. Well, it is currently a good position to be in. P4 certainly nothing to sniff your nose about, but it could be a lot higher if he had just a couple more seconds of pace inside that car. Just see, even through Snake and heading through Dunlop even, that car just looked so understeer. We were saying about how Matt Daly's car looked like a joy to drive in race 1. And again, I'm not someone you want to trust or even going to remotely pretend that they know what they're talking about when it comes to the dynamics of a racing car, although maybe I do. I just wouldn't trust my knowledge, is why I'm not in the car myself. It's Paul Milburn is looking the opposite of that. Paul Milburn is looking like a car that you don't want to be behind the wheel of at this point in time. Meanwhile, Andrew Ryan has got ahead of Guy Swarbrick now. Guy Swarbrick, of course, at one point, and he's actually had an off, that's why Andrew Ryan has been able to do so. At one point, of course, leading this race, heading into the first corner, he rather went past the first corner with that issue very early on, and that rather undid his race. So a shame, Guy Swarbrick, that he's not able to get the results that he would want, because we know he's very capable of doing so. There's been podiums, I believe even a race win at Monaco for Guy Swarbrick. It's just, unfortunately, this race weekend being another one of those not quite coming together for him. Guy Swarbrick is one of those drivers who runs a slightly alternate setup, so maybe that is something to counter into it. Of course, he sticks to his VR guns. He's just had a new laptop to power that, actually, and it looks like a very nice laptop indeed. As you can see in the bottom left there, Matt Daly second, new fastest lap of this race at 1:37.9, as Andrew Bama actually retires, unfortunately, which is a bit of a shame. But yes, as we're going board with Paul Millman and Jack Hodson, as Paul Millman is fighting with all of his might to keep Jack Hodson behind, and you sort of get the sense that Jack Hodson is a bit of a cork in the bottle here at Suzuka. We know Jack Hodson has some decent pace underneath him, although he wasn't able to demonstrate that really in race 1, had plenty of issues later on, and we'd rather get the sense that Paul Millman is just keeping these cars behind and keeping them held up somewhat, because Matt Daly has rather walked away with it now, about 9 seconds ahead of P4 already in the space of just over a lap. And is now beginning to threaten Alan Matthews and Paul Brady. I'm sure Alan Matthews and Paul Brady rather regretting the fact that Matt Daly got ahead of Paul Millman now, because the race has just got quite a bit more complicated as we head further in. And there we see through the spoon curve once again for Paul Millman. Jack Hodson just able to get past, and you think, yes, he's suffering with understeer, but spoon curve isn't the tightest corner on the track, and it's certainly not. You know, you got the hairpin, you got arguably I'd say some parts of this of the Snake and of course Degner as well. It looks like one of the wider corners on the track, but what you got to factor in is the G load is the highest that it will be at any point on the circuit, possibly bar 130R, based on the car that you're driving. Is that a DNF for Paul Brady? It is a DNF for Paul Brady. Not sure what happened there, whether that's a connection issue or something else. Either way, this battle between Alan Matthews and Matt Daly for P2 has all of a sudden become a battle for P1 here. That is an unexpected retirement from this race, and a great shame as well. Hopefully, we can at least see Paul Brady later into this race and get whatever issues there are resolved. Alan Matthews then. The stakes are rather somewhat high as we head through the hairpin. And it's 0.4 of a second separating these two drivers. Now, we know Alan Matthews certainly has a great amount of pace underneath him, especially in the touring cars. We see glimpses of that in the single-seater. But I think, and I hope for his sake, that this will be one of those days where we see another race-leading performance from him, because Matt Daly has spent quite a bit of his tyres this time around trying to work his way up through the field, and I think Paul Brady, having connection issues there, not able to continue on, which is a great shame for him. That will rather hurt his chances in this championship as it stands, because a complete reversal of fortunes, because this race looks like it could have benefited him immensely in his fight against Matt Daly, but now it seems that it could be hurting it. Speaking of the championship, it is Matt Daly who leads with 136 points to his name, Paul Brady with 132. Now, that is somewhat threatened. Not somewhat threatened by Willingliss in this race, though, because while he could have, Willingliss has dropped down to 7th position, last man on the road at this point in time. I believe Jack Hodson has had a bit of an issue. He's had to dive into the pit. Not sure, I think that could have been for a penalty. It was only a 2-second stop there, a very short stop indeed. And that is now Jack Hodson having to dip down into P5. Meanwhile, Matt Daly has got ahead of Alan Matthews, and this is why, ladies and gentlemen, heading through the first corner. Apologies, no, it's not the first corner at all. It's the anti-banked curve. Brilliant track, brilliant corner name, might I add. Sees Alan Matthews off and down in P2. I should mention down in P2 is still about 7 seconds clear of Steve Knight, who now runs in P3, but still not ideal for him. Steve Knight, should I mention, not often been on the podium in our racing. I think you'd have to look back for quite a few races, and the commentator's curse very much in full effect once again. I am so sorry, Steve Knight there. I jumped on board and I said this could be a rare chance of the podium, and Steve Knight finds himself in the wall, and he finds himself in the wall at the exit of at the second Degner rather. Now, he has been able to get that car back on track and get it on track ahead of Willingliss, as Steve Knight and Jack Hodson seem to have had their own issues, allowing Willingliss up into P5 now. Steve Knight, this is a disaster. I am absolutely gutted. That could have been a real chance at a podium for Steve Knight here. That would have benefited him immensely in the championship standings, and we'll look at that in just a moment. But now Steve Knight has to manage the looming threat of Will Inglis, and Will Inglis has certainly picked up the pace once again in the 139s, but also has to do that with a completely annihilated front ring as well. So one corner has completely devastated his race, and I'm so sorry, Steve Knight. That is what a shame for him. Meanwhile, Paul Millman, I'm sure, is quietly smirking in his car because he now finds himself in P3. A real chance at a podium now with 17 seconds, 16 seconds down to the next car. He's looking rather comfortable. A complete turnaround of fortunes for him as well at one point in race 1. I was wondering whether or not he was going to be able to eclipse the top 5 in race 2, but now we find him comfortably running with a podium on the cards here, and it will be a very well deserved podium once again. Of course, another example of the progress that Paul Millman has made in his racing so far. Yeah, so let's have a look at that championship then. For what could have been a real turnaround in Steve Knight's championship, it could have brought him close to... Andrew Brammer currently has 65 points to his name, of course, as DNF from both races so far. It could have brought Steve Knight up to those sort of numbers. Certainly would have had him ahead of Alex Smith, who's in P6 just in front of him, which I think if you'd asked anyone at the start of the season, no one could have predicted. But as it stands, Paul Millman, who currently actually runs below Steve Knight, will be taking that on. I won't get ahead of Alex Smith because he's a couple of points down, but will at least jump up into P7. Matt Daly, of course, will extend his lead. Alan Matthews, currently running in P2, will be great for his championship. He's had a bit of a late start, hasn't attended too many single-seater races, and hasn't had the most fortune in doing so. But Alan Matthews will jump up by quite some margin to around about the P9 position, currently running last in the championship, of course. Then we have Steve Knight, who should still, if he's able to bring that car home, and I rather doubt that given the state of his front wing, there'd still be some good points on the cards for him at least. Will Inglis, not too many points to take away from this race weekend, of course. I say that's still potentially on for a P3 and a P4, at least I would say, is where he'd be aiming with 10 minutes to go in this race. So he'll be looking to probably stay around about the... In fact, will be staying around P3 in this championship with 87 points to his name. It's a very... I can't remember the last time we saw quite such a mixed championship at this stage. Already, by about 4 races in, you start to get a clear idea of, who is going to be positioned roughly in the hierarchy, as Paul Millman has a bit of an off there, spinning on the exit of the Dunlop curve. What a shame for Paul Millman. Now the question is, can he get that car back on track quick enough before Steve Knight is going to come across him now? There's about 4 seconds separating these two cars. He needs to get back into space, and he has been able to do so. And of course has less damage in comparison to Steve Knight, so should be able to stay ahead of him. But this is now rather bringing into question my previous, shall we call it wisdom? I don't think we should call it wisdom, really. Shall we say forecast of Paul Millman's chance at a podium here? Because anything could happen, as it's just been proven in this race. I think it's all up in the air really. I take back any type of prediction I've made regarding the results of this race, because it seems to be all up in the air, just like that championship. As we see a bit of a battle brewing here between Steve Knight and Will Inglis. It looks for a brief moment like Steve Knight will be able to challenge Paul Millman That doesn't seem to be the case now because Steve Knight has to focus far more on the charge from Willingliss behind. Willingliss, we just saw actually diving onto the gravel ever so slightly. And I believe there's contact. There was, in fact, contact between the two drivers there. I think Willingliss went for a move and Steve Knight just didn't see the car. Steve didn't see the car moving as he moved across the track. But Willingliss, very sportsmanlike of him, decided that he was at fault and actually waited on the hairpin. That is a very considerate move from Willingliss there. That's fantastic, really. Because what I was about to say, but this might be slightly affected, is owing to the issues that Paul Millman had in the past couple of laps, Paul Millman may not be in with the shout for podium here because Willingliss has an impressive amount of pace underneath him. As is contact once again between Willingliss and Steve Knight. This time around, I think that was more squarely on Steve Knight's kind of part of the court there, really. I think there was a car's width heading down that straight for Willingliss, and Steve Knight potentially just wasn't able to see through his mirrors there and accidentally slightly closed the gap. There's quite a bit of closing to be between two cars as well, let's not forget. But now Steve Knight sits in P5, Willingliss is up into P4, and this will be his chance for a second podium this race weekend, which, given how actually a bit of a rollercoaster race 2 has been, would be a pretty almighty feat for Willingliss, really. So hats off to you if you are able to do so. Either way, P4 still good, but now 10-second margin between him and Paul Millman. Paul Millman, if he has any more issues, that podium might be under threat from Willingliss. It certainly, I think, was going to be, but Willingliss very courteously slowed down for Steve Knight, bringing that slightly into question. We have just over 6 minutes to go. In fact, make that just under 7 minutes to go in this race, probably more accurate term, including the final lap and everything. So we'll see how it all pans out. I can tell you that Matt Daly has had a substantial impact with a barrier there, and that was heading out of the last curve and onto the start-finish straight, where he's just collided with the barrier in the middle of the track. That is, if you had a direct drive wheel, you're certainly going to feel that. It doesn't matter too much though, because he's still 33 seconds ahead of Alan Matthews. Would you believe it? An immense amount of a delta here, but he's carrying a lot of damage. I was about to say Alan Matthews will be able to catch up, but Alan Matthews has just had a massive impact heading into the Casio triangle and now has no rear or front wings. So it's once again become a bit of a race of attrition towards the end here. I imagine I want to pin some of that on the rate of tyre wear. I think tyre wear is becoming a huge factor in the late stages of the Suzuka races, as Alan Matthews is running along actually in the George Brook Battersby livery of course, George Brook Battersby. So another stolen livery, and maybe this is just God punishing the if your beliefs are so way inclined. Maybe this is just punishment for stealing other people's cars, because, you know, of course they aren't just liveries. They're definitely cars, you know. Definitely. 25 seconds now separating Matt Daly and Alan Matthews. Let's see how that gap is changed in the remaining 5 minutes of this race. Willingliss is closing up on Paul Millman. Steve Knight about 7 seconds behind now. Willingliss does run wide though through the Dunlop curve. I think these tyres are pretty much done. Of course, the reverse grid race does have the extra element of, especially early on, all the battling. It's going to produce contact, which affects the aerodynamics of the car, and of course you have to work the cars harder during the battling. Now, if you're doing all that while you carry damage, the car's going to scrub across the track a little bit more. That is going to wear out the tyres even more. And what we could be seeing here is the tyres dying off even earlier in the race, or maybe not earlier in the race, because I think it was around about this point in the previous race, but just dying off that little bit more as the tyres are completely used up. We're seeing some errors beginning to creep in. It's either that, or something else you've got to factor in is just tiredness for the drivers. Yes, these are sprint races, but they go from a block of practice to qualifying. Practice starts at 7:30 now, qualifying at 8 o'clock, and then the two races. They're just over 25 minutes each, both of the races, and qualifying is another 25 minutes as well, and of course practice is the same. So that is, near as makes no difference, a 2-hour block of being in the sim, driving, and that is less of a sprint and much more of an endurance, and that is certainly going to take it out of the drivers, who, of course, we aren't, although we're very quick, we're not all professional racing drivers, so that is it's a bit of a tall order, especially with all the force feedback, the high-speed nature of the track. It mentally and physically, it can wear you out, so we could be seeing the effects of that as well. What I'm saying, guys, we need a bit of a boot camp, potentially. Of course, I could have been there for one at National Alpha Day, but I'd like to say reasons out of my control. They probably were very much in my control. Should have changed my clutch earlier. Anyway, 30 seconds now, the gap between Matt Daly and Alan Matthews. 30 seconds as it stands. So Matt Daly seems to be back in control of this race after that small worrying, very Matt Daly, not very Matt Daly-esque error that crept in a few laps ago. 3 minutes on the clock now as Will Inglis is closing down on Paul Millman. We're watching as he does so. Paul Brady currently running in PA. I should mention he was able to rejoin the track, and a shame, what a shame that he had those issues earlier on, because he was very much in the mix at the top end of the field here, and now will be coming away with just a couple of points to his name. Still, every point makes a difference, as you may have seen many times when I've done a bit of a recap in the Alfa Romeo driver in my column. It can be 1 or 2 or 3, maybe 4 points that make the difference at the end of the season. So drivers certainly want to score as many points as possible, even just 1 or 2 here or there, so that the chances that they get that prize at the end of the season are slightly more likely. I should of course mention, if you are an AROC member and you wish to take part, you are of course eligible for a prize. Of course, anyone welcome to join the AROC racing leagues and take part in some racing action, but being an AROC member does make you eligible for the prize at the end of the season. Meanwhile, Paul Millman is now only 0.4 of a second ahead of Will Inglis. This is going to be an important milestone marker in this race 2 for Will Inglis here. Of course, dropping down all the way to the back end around this point of the circuit, actually very early on, has been able to fight his way back up through the order. Had a bit of a skirmish and a squabble with Steve Knight, but is now finding himself running in P4, potentially looking to get past Paul Millman here at Dunlop now, where we've seen it go wrong for both Paul Millman and Will Inglis actually at various other points in the weekend. But now both drivers hooking up nicely as we head through the hairpin once again. In terms of their pace at the moment, Paul Millman 1:44 on that last lap, so a little bit slower. Will Inglis into the 1:38, one of his fastest laps we've seen so far this weekend. A 38.0 being his fastest in this race so far. A lot of extra speed in Will Inglis's car, in that Thames Valley liveried car, as we head through down towards the spoon curve once again. Heading through that spoon curve now, it is Will Inglis who actually gets a position done before we head into the spoon curve and get ahead of Paul Millman. Now, it should be, given the pace delta, a relatively easy walk home now for Will Inglis, but we've seen, particularly with these two cars, I should say, in race 2, fortunes get turned around rather quickly. So Will Inglis still has to fight somewhat, doesn't want to push too hard, doesn't want to find himself in a gravel trap, but currently on for another podium, which, given how overall this weekend has ended up going, he can be at least somewhat comforted by that. Still 2 podiums on the cards for Will Inglis. Not what he wanted, though. I'm sure he wanted a few more positions, a couple more victories in an attempt to take a bit of a chunk out of Matt Daly's championship advantage. 30 seconds to go out on the clock. Jack Colton, we're watching, is having further issues late on into the race. I think these tyres are pretty much done. Just look at the amount of front axle on Matt Daly's car. Look at how much steering lock he's having to put in order to make it around the spoon curve. 17 seconds to go. This will be, in fact, this will be the penultimate lap of this race. It might in fact be the final lap. Let's see. With just 8 seconds to go, running through 1:30 then for potentially the final time, is Matt Daly, who has really been class of the field in both races. Make no mistake, it is the final lap. Just 1 corner to go for Matt Daly now, and a great drive for him so far. Losing out in qualifying then, but eventually he will relent and take the race 1 and race 2 victory. Matt Daly, a thoroughly deserved victory in both races. I think he's made contact with the wall there. Yes, he has, as he celebrates by wiggling himself down the start of finish straight. It's now Alan Matthews who should be coming home P2 as it stands, heading around that spoon curve. Would you believe 50 seconds down on Matt Daly, the race leader? Given that Alan Matthews certainly not a slow driver, no mean feat. But what's this here? I think Alan Matthews has had an off. He has. It was a 150 on that last lap, and now he's on the push to pass system. But here is Will Inglis, heading now through 130R, only 0.5 of a second. I was not expecting this at all. Will Inglis to be challenging for a P2 this late on in the race. Has a look around the outside, but is too far back to make anything stick here. Just 1 corner to go. Paul Brady, unfortunately, having to disconnect once again. Will be classified, though. It's going to be a run side by side. Alan Matthews wins out by just 0.1 of a second. Comes home P2. Will Inglis rounds out the podium in P3. What a close finish. Congratulations to both drivers there. Fantastic race towards the end there, as Paul Millman lags his way through this scenery, actually destroys half of the paddock as he does so. Lewis Hamilton in particular, I think, over there, will be particularly unpleased with that one. He does actually get classified as he takes off like like some type of space plane there. Hopefully we'll see Paul Millman again as Guy Swarbrick actually comes out in P5, an unexpected P5 for Guy Swarbrick there. Good point for him. Steve Knight comes home P6 in the end with Jack Hodson P7. Paul Brady classified P8 and an unfortunate DNF for Andrew Brammer there. Paul Millman, I can happily report, has done his orbit of the Earth and has been able to come back home, has probably gained some type of important scientific research, has made peace on the International Space Station between Russia and the West, all gone well, all in that space of about 30 seconds that he was in the air there. An important space mission. Can we please have more funding, the ESA? Thank you very much. But that rounds out the running here at Suzuka for this race weekend. Matt Daly coming home with a well-deserved race victory in both races. Get a bit of a victory weave this time around. He very well probably did do race victory donuts at Spoon Curve. Unfortunately, we missed them, so apologies for that one there, Matt Daly. They weren't in vain. I do appreciate them. But a fantastic... There we are, some more donuts for Matt Daly. A fantastic weekend's racing all round. Not the busiest grid, but still Suzuka, as is often to be expected, really providing some fantastic racing. So that is it for this race weekend. We'll join you next week for the touring car action back in Britain, and in a fortnight's time for the next bit of racing action in the RSS Supremes. So thank you very much for watching this evening, and good night.